Alles.
Was ist passiert?
Alles in Ordnung?
Alles in Ordnung, ja. Ja. Kein Problem.
Kein Problem.
Ruhe bitte. Ja.
Yeah, that's the best, yeah. Ruhe bitte.
Schnell! You know this is the language used for animals.
Uh-huh.
You know this?
No.
For, how do you say? To speak.
To command the dog, uh-huh. To command the
dog.
trained
German
dog.
is the best.
Uh-huh.
Ruhe! Schnell! Komm jetzt!
Komm jetzt! Komm jetzt!
It's fantastic. Okay, I'm organizing the ranking of Open A and Open B, like this.
Beautiful.
But
Top 10 is enough, yeah. Oh, fuck.
is it good enough?
Yeah, top 10 is good.
Every time you say good enough, I think...
No, it's good, it's good.
No, but when you say good enough, I think it's good enough.
Uh-huh.
Okay, good enough. Hello, Alessandra.
Hello.
How you doing?
What? Huh? Checking what's going on here.
What's going on? Jordan went first.
Jordan.
Jordan is playing with Leiro.
No. Yeah. Jordan is playing white against Gurel.
Jordan. Yes. Add a little bit more. Add some little bit more of powder.
And the B tournament? Open B. You have Open B as well?
This one is good. And it's the 84. Oh my God. This.
So do we have Open B or?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you here if you want.
Just speaking, I can come straight from Open A to Open B, but anyway, I will do some trick. So this is Open A, and this is Open B. B, just to change. Is it okay like that?
Yes.
Yes.
It's good.
Okay, I have to do a trick because it's coming from another computer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where did I put my hits? Yes. So I think can you switch on?
Welcome to the 8th round of the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Yes, welcome, penultimate round. A lot of stuff will be decided today, and yeah, tomorrow we have round 9, which is the morning round. Today, if you wish, like for those leading grandmasters, it's last chance to play chess normally, and then yeah, in the morning round anything can happen. So of course today will be very, very important.
Tomorrow is the last round.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the round itself has, well, technically already started, but as you can see, players only arriving to the boards, like say board 1, board 2, board 3, we don't have a single move mate. I don't know why it is that
I think
everyone's late.
maybe they have to scan the players. Like
Yeah.
sometimes that is the reason why some players are
yeah.
late, because they are queuing to be scanned before to enter in the play hall.
Anti-cheating measures.
Yeah.
Right, so let's remind people at home what is the current situation before the 8th round. We have a sole leader in both Group A and Group B, so we could quickly look at the standings of Group A. Yair Parhov, leader from round 1 pretty much, so he started with 5 out of 5 and then made 2 consecutive draws on 6 points, and he's alone in front of a group of many players, up to 9 players who are on 5.5. Again, with very different tournament destiny. Like let's say you have, for example, Alan Pichot, who is placed second, who scored 4.5 and then kind of slowed down, made 2 draws. And on contrary, you have Jordan van Forest, who lost game 1 and then made 5 out of 5 to make a draw in the very last round yesterday. Yeah, so these are the standings for Open A. In Open B, we have a very famous person leading the tournament, Alexandra Botes, in the Open B. So it's her with 6.5 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, we will get this. Yeah, so Alexandra Botes with 6.5, and only one player, Shashan Wang, is on 6. Then again, you have a few with 5.5, so pretty much a win is very important today for Alexandra. If she can win today, that would be, of course, a huge step forward.
If Alexandra wins today, maybe the last round he plays against Wang Yanshan.
So you're saying they didn't play each other? I thought they've played. They must have played already.
No, they didn't.
No.
No.
But then it's a very strange pairing. They are not playing today again.
Yeah.
So this is a bit confusing how it came about. Anyway, so that's the tournament standings. Then the pairings, if we have for round for the 8th tournament, for round
8.
For round 8, let's check the pairings as well. So Parhov has the white pieces against Kirill Shevchenko, one of the higher rated players. Then Chigayev and Fedoseev, 2 former representatives of Russia, are playing each other. Chigayev having the white pieces. Van Forest against Edis Gurel, Sivuk against Pichot, and Lorenzo Lodici against Murzin. And this is all of our players on 5.5. And then on 5 you have, yes, Sugirov, Lagarde, Darda, Mossart, and Luca Moroni. Interesting that on 5 points we had all grandmasters with white and all international masters with black, right? Okay, and then yeah, we have one more pair on 5 points, and Francesco Sonis has the black pieces. Yep, so I think the ones that are playing on top 10 boards are in contention for the first place. Even with 5 points, it's not that easy. You have to win two games in order to be tied for the first. Okay, so the games have started. We could start from board 1, where Yair Parhov is facing Kirill Shevchenko. So with a little bit of unusual move order, d4, knight f6, c4, c6. And I don't have much to say about why would you play this particular move order with black, but it's just a transposition to the Slav. I mean, usually I'm trying to kind of understand what he was trying to avoid in the main Slav, so to speak, because he started with knight f6. So what's wrong with d5? Don't know. Anyway, ended up playing the Slav, and then d c4, the usual kind of the real Slav defense, if you wish, because e6 is even has the name of the semi-Slav, right? So this is something between the Slav and the Queen's Gambit, and the older theory of Slav defense was always connected with d taking c4, a4, one of the main moves again to stop b5, bishop f5, knight e5. White is winning the pawn back, and now, okay, e6 used to be the main move for quite a while. Then after f3, bishop b4, e4, black would go to sacrifice a piece like that, threatening queen h4 and threatening c3. So that was one of all the theoretical lines. Knight d7 is, of course, was played. Knight d7, knight takes e4, knight b6, knight back to e5. And I think the move here is a7, a5. You have to take care of a7, a5 move. And quite interestingly, on board 2, we have the same line.
The same line.
The same line, and something very strange is happening on board 2. So, again, the same line, the Slav defense, bishop f5, and then a move knight h4. And what?
They already drew. Wow.
They already drew their game.
I wanted to ask that, like, do you think
they will play or no? Okay, here is your answer. Yeah, here is your answer. So I imagine for Fedoseev it's understandable because it's very hard to kind of play with black against a strong grandmaster who doesn't want to play. But from Chigaev's perspective, I'm not sure if it's the best decision. He had the white pieces he had to try in order to win the tournament. Well, anyway, so the game finished with knight h4, and then, well, one of the main moves would be e6 and just give the bishop play this position. When black goes bishop c8, I think white's chance for advantage is connected with e3 or e4, something like that. e3, e5, bishop c4, and so on. But white just returns to f3, bishop f5, and they've repeated like this. So that's a very, very quick draw, but also makes our task a little bit easier, our task of covering, the top boards. One of them is already a draw. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's very unexpected, and only 9 moves. And technically, even if you have the so-called Sofia rules, you cannot force them to play because it's a repetition.
Of course. And also, I think, like, it's risky because there are many players with 5.5 and 5,
that's what I'm
so
saying.
They will win and have 6.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's a bit of a surprising decision considering the tournament situation, right? So normally you don't criticize the players for that because you cannot force two humans to play if they don't want to play, if they feel like the draw is a good result for them. The thing, however, is that you have to take into account the tournament situation. Anyway, it's a draw after only 9 moves. And this game is out of the way for now. Let's check what else do we have. So I will be back to board 1 because I just seen that something's very, very fast is happening. Okay, after knight e5, a5 was played by Shevchenko, and Parhov played e2, e3, which is a very modest move. So the real shot for advantage would be to go f3 and to try to play e4 to build kind of the big center. And then I'm not even sure what black is supposed to play. Possibly knight d7, and then if the knight goes away, some e5. Yeah, after e3, black played knight b6 to d7 again. So it is a very, very solid line. So I'm wondering after knight c4, let's suppose white goes knight c4. You can always go back to b6, that's the thing, and once again try to repeat. But I assume Shevchenko kind of wants it to be interesting, wants to try to play for a win at the very least. So I'm looking what he can possibly, maybe just play e6, bishop b4, and just continue like that. Yeah, for now it doesn't look that exciting, this one. It's really a big question if Parkhov will go knight c4, offering kind of silent draw for offering the repetition, and if Shevchenko will go knight b6. Could be one of those situations when you really don't know what to do. Like your opponent is half a point in front of you, of course.
Yes.
Like tournament situation says that you want to win.
It's not too much difference. And
Yeah.
also the first place, the money prize, and everything.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it also depends on the, what you call it, the price structure of the tournament, because like very often you would have this thought, okay, first prize is nice, but also second is kind of okay, and so on and so on. Here, it looks like all the eyes are on the first place. So it's, well, in terms of kind of money prizes, first prize is 10,000 euro, and then it fades down very quickly.
6.
Yeah, 6 is okay, but then it's very likely that the second prize will be shared here. Like we have one leader, half a point in front. So if let's say someone's winning the tournament, maybe first and second shared, and then let's say you are sharing the third place, it will be money split equally. So all I'm saying, it could be a huge difference between first place and let's say third place. It could be a huge difference, which means that black in this game, for example, has all the incentives to risk and try to play for a win, even kind of with the possibility to lose.
Yeah. Parkhov has a performance of 2800.
Yeah, quite an impressive tournament so far, but somehow it looked very easy for him.
Yeah.
He, of course, got a huge gift from Fedoseev, where Fedoseev lost what originally seemed like a very promising position, and even it's closer to the end. I mean, he just didn't have to blunder, and it would be a draw.
That's true.
Or-
He also is winning 24 rating points.
Yeah, so he's winning a lot of rating. He has a fantastic performance. Okay, let's move on. Let's move to board 3, where Jordan van Forest is facing Edis Gurel in a very funny looking position, which normally happens from the Petrov defense. Yeah, and it was indeed. So knight f3, knight to f6, the Russian game, the Petrov defense, whatever you call it. Knight takes, g6, and then somewhat of a funny move, knight d3. And it's never been taken seriously until Magnus Carlsen played it against Fabiano Caruana in the match. And all of a sudden people realized, okay, that actually makes sense.
Yeah, to be playing a match.
Knight e4, queen e2, queen e7, and knight f4. And this is the whole point. So white wants to put the knight on d5, and somehow an endgame after knight f6, d4, if I'm not mistaken, is considered to be more pleasant for white. Like the knight is more active. Somehow this is considered to be more pleasant for white. Black's reply, knight c6, is the most principal. After knight d5, black was planning to go knight d4, otherwise it's just bad. Knight e7, knight e2. It's a kind of a funny way to exchange the pieces. Knight back to d5, and now looks like white is superior because he attacks c7 and the knight. Knight goes back, and now Case of knight c7, king d8, knight a8. Black does the same, knight c2, and also the f2 pawn is hanging. Like if you
Yeah.
go king d1, knight a1, also f2 is hanging now. So white has to play knight to a3, defending c7, and now black can go knight e6 or king d8. Usually equal this kind of stuff. I mean, you have to be.
Interesting line.
Yeah, it's a funny line, but you know, apart from like original moves, there is not too much pressure on black, so he just has to be a couple of moves more. He has to find a couple of moves more precise, and it'll be fine. So I'm guessing knight e6, for instance. I'm not sure what the move is. c3, c6, knight e3, d5. Even this knight is hanging, so maybe knight c2 first, then d4. I mean, it will be d3, d4 will be something very symmetrical. And I'm not sure if Jordan really has something prepared in this one. It's again, like speaking of opening preparation, now white experiences some sort of a crisis against the Petrov, because for a very long time, this line was very popular, knight c3, knight c3, dc3, and then connected with bishop e3,
Yeah,
queen
queen
d2,
d2.
castle long. But then I think once again, thanks to Caruana's efforts in the match against Magnus, like everyone figured out what exactly to play with black, so now black does very well in this line. And people started to look at like various systems. One of the funny and quite popular options would be to go d3, knight back to f6, d4, where after d6, d5, you actually have the exchange French on the board. It's no longer the Petrov, it's if this happened, d4, d5,
Yeah.
take on d5, go knight f3. So white is trying to prove that some advantage in the exchange French. Funny. Okay, black meanwhile played knight e6, obviously protecting the c7 pawn, and we'll see if One Forest has some sort of an idea here. You can go here maybe, but then again, if if black finds it problematic, he can always go king d8.
We have someone playing with some sunglasses.
And who's that? So I just briefly seen it, but I don't know which board is it. If we can find out who's playing the sunglasses, maybe like, I mean, shouldn't it be banned, like having the sunglasses on?
Yeah.
I don't know, really. It's one of the lower boards, right? It's not on the,
No.
not on the top boards. But anyway, thanks for showing us that
The style.
people are very creative here, dressing up for the game.
Actually, today is very sunny. It's very beautiful day here in Italy. And
Yeah.
yeah.
But not in the playing hall. I mean,
No,
it's a
no.
little bit strange to wear the sunglasses anyway, if you ask me. Right, so from, let's say, historical events, I think Korchnoi was once... No, was it Korchnoi? Korchnoi was wearing the sunglasses, and before that, I think someone was wearing sunglasses against Mikhail Tal, kind of to Paul Benko, or someone of the older players was wearing sunglasses against Mikhail Tal, because reportedly Tal had this, kind of hypnotizing look. Okay,
Yes.
I mean, or maybe he was just a very good chess player, and then after losing a few games, you would think, okay, he's hypnotizing me. Anyway, so people tried to wear sunglasses, but with no effect. The game still finished with Tal winning. Okay, let's move on. Let's move to board 4 and to see the game between Vitaly Sivuk and Alan Pichot. Yeah. So here, the Queen's Gambit with d takes c4, something that Pichot has already done. And white plays the modest line, e2, e3. e4 is, of course, the main move. e3 is possible, but in this case, black can, well, equalize or transpose into something very equalish in a reasonably easy way. So a6, now bishop c4 would be answered with b5, c5, b5, bishop b7, c5, so queen's gambit accepted, wipes. And if white goes a4, then you can do b6, take on bishop, play bishop b7, play bishop b4. So a lot of control over e4 square. Black just castles, goes c5, and should have no problem. Queen e2, castles short, rook to d1. Okay, I guess knight to d7 is what Pichot is going to play. What's interesting, Sivuk has spent 15 minutes already, so it must have been that Black's opening line was a bit of a surprise to him.
And Alan Pichot didn't spend any minute.
Yeah, he didn't spend any time. He now quite quickly plays queen to e7. Wait a second, is queen e7 any good? Is queen e7 any good? Because sometimes there are ideas like e4. So of course you would love to have a nice pawn center, but it's connected with the pawn sacrifice after this capture and knight e4. However, it is very tricky. Bishop a3.
C5.
Yes, you have to go c5 and some move like queen to b2 or queen to e3. So this pawn sacrifice might be in fact quite promising. Let's say I go queen e3 and then have, have some ideas of going e5 or d5. Don't know. Yeah, d5 I probably shouldn't go because the bishop is out of play. Yeah, a5 is kind of one of the ideas. Anyway, well, I'm saying that white should be kind of looking for this kind of play with e3, e4. Otherwise, it's hard to suggest how to develop initiative. I mean, your other moves are what? Bishop d2 is doesn't look any good. Knight e5 is possible, but you probably help black to exchange some pieces to develop. So e4 could be a try. So far not played yet. Okay, then one more pair on 5.5 points. I think the last one, if I'm not mistaken, Lorenzo Lodici and Volodar Murzin. That's board 5 for our tournament. And here we have the Sicilian with e6, d4, knight c6 and c4. So white is trying to build some sort of a Marozzi. Knight c3 at bishop b4. And what was trying to recall? There was some like line connected with f3 maybe, or it's probably not here. So white takes c6, bishop bc6, bishop d3, e5, castles. So that's a hole in white's position on d4, but black pieces are far away, right? I mean, so if the knight is on e6 getting to d4, all of a sudden black is better. Like that. I imagine knight a4 and then c5 is something white will be looking for.
And d5 for black pieces?
Yes, for the moment it's white to move. Yeah, like if I go knight a4, you're right. Yeah, d5 is probably the move black has to play. So I'm wondering if to start with bishop e3, because now an immediate d5 is not great, right? White can take on d5 and black cannot recapture the pawn because bishop h7 and then queen takes d5. So you can play d5 and after c takes, you take on c3 maybe and take here. And this is playable, but still might be better for white. I don't know, queen d5, knight d5, yeah, maybe knight d5. So black has better pawn structure and everything, but white somehow is dynamically quite fast. Yeah, pair of bishops, and also like the fact that black is somewhat undeveloped. Still the bishop is here, and there are some tactical ideas with this pin, rook d1 and this pin, so maybe not the most accurate. But for now I'm not sure how how white is supposed to play, because after bishop e3, d5 is not forced. You can take this guy and go d6.
Yeah.
And maybe even play c5, strangely. I'd say white does something, some queen c2, I don't know, it's a stupid move, but just to illustrate. We go c5, and it looks like, that's a nice square, that's a backward pawn, but backward pawn will be not so hard to defend, and white doesn't have a piece to put on d5, so you need the knight. Let's say if you have a knight on b1, which goes b1, d2, e3, d5, then eventually you take advantage of this square on d5.
And the bishop is not...
Yeah, bishop on d3 is stupid, right?
And also, yes, the d3.
The bishop on d3 is stupid. Also, this one is like restricted after c5. Because if white manages to play c5 and maybe exchange these pawns, then the dark square bishop is also quite active. So even though it's a Sicilian, it's a very, positional system. Not very sharp from the start. Maybe later on develops into something sharper. Now I'm checking the other games, and yeah, the start is relatively slow in
the other games.
Yeah, in most of the games the start is relatively slow. The interesting position we have in Jules Mussard game against Damian Lewczak from Poland. That's on board, what board it is? Board 9, right?
Board 9, yes.
Board 9. The French defense. Knight e7 takes on c3, b6, and this is known to be kind of a slower positional line, so the main move being c5, of course. b6, black is trying to do clever stuff, exchanging the light square bishop first. So b6, queen g4, and black decides it's too dangerous to castle, so he goes king f8, knight h3, bishop a6, exchanging the bishop. Bishop takes, knight takes a4. So a4 has two purposes: to go a5, of course, and to liberate the a3 square for the bishop. And black reasonably quickly played knight b8. So despite the fact that black got rid of the passive bishop on c8, white's position is usually better still, simply because of more space, and of course the king being on g8 is not very pleasant. So,
yeah, I also like the diagonal.
Yeah, bishop a3. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop a3. I mean, usually what they do, I think they might actually play c5 immediately. Because like taking here means that your pawns are all weak, right? Even if white wins the pawn this way. So takes and knight c6. That even computer recommends something like that. Right, so bishop a3 is of course one of the moves, but quite possibly you just castle or start with knight f4 maybe. Knight f4, castle, and then who knows, maybe even c4 one day. Anyway, this is something that promises to be interesting. And yeah, so I'm scrolling lower and to lower boards. So far nothing that catches my eye, and I believe at some point I will scroll all the way down to the B tournament.
Ah, yeah.
Streamer boards.
Streamers
boards. Yeah, so again, for what? For the streamer boards, I'm suggesting we check Alexandra Botes first. Alexandra Botes plays against Carlo Molinari with white. And again, we have this PGN glitch, which I hope isn't the actual prediction.
Oh, no.
It says Alexandra lost. we had this couple of times. I don't think it means anything other than that there is a glitch in the PGN.
Yes, we will ask the arbiters to fix this.
Yeah, So
Yeah.
d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, and Alexandra exchanged on d5 when bishop f4. So
Alexandra is playing.
yeah, Alexandra is playing with white, plays the Carlsbad variation of Queen's Gambit declined. I think bishop g5 is still more popular than bishop f4. She went bishop f4. Bishop d6, exchanged on d6, went queen c2. And this is also quite a usual move to start with queen c2 to stop bishop f5 immediately. Castles, then e3, a6, bishop d3, c5, d takes c5.
This is the live position.
Yeah, dc5, queen c5 just played. Now either knight f3 or knight e2, both are possible to kind of go to d4 square. Maybe knight f3 is more natural and should be preferred. So something like this is usually more pleasant for white, especially if you can stop d4. Let's say you cast knight f3, knight c6, and maybe black wants d4. So the question is, do you have any hope for an advantage here? The answer is I don't know. No, not knight e4. Maybe takes here, takes
exchanging
here.
more pieces.
She exchange everything, go rook d1, threaten bishop h7. If the queen b6, well, honestly looks very drawish. Very drawish. Still somewhat more pleasant for white. But maybe after knight f3, knight c6, maybe this is what you can try. Knight e2 to stop d4. And if exchange happens, you are happy. Looks like you are blundering the tactic with knight b4 because queen c5 would lose to knight d3. But after knight b4, you actually have queen d2.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. You have queen d2, and if this happens, no, wait a second, queen d2, knight e4, and this is something not very pleasant. No, so knight e2 is not a move. Then very likely you have to allow d4, like go knight f3 and after knight c6.
And rook d1?
Yeah, rook d1 is a possibility, but the longer we delay the castle, the more risk we take. Also bishop g4 pins the knight. So I even thought of, who knows, maybe like castling long, because sometimes the king is fine on b1, but here knight b4 is very annoying. Yeah. Attacking the bishop and the queen, and also, yeah, like you cannot go here because knight a2. No, I think we have to try to be as natural as possible here. So knight f3, and after knight c6, okay, castle is castle. Whoa.
What?
Castle with the knight, castle along with the knight still on g1. That's a bit of a surprise.
Okay, knight c6.
Knight
and
c6 and
3.
Okay. Knight c6. White has a funny tactic. Knight takes d5. So now if queen takes, it's bishop h7 and rook takes d5. If black captures c2 first, we take with the bishop and we defend the knight. Okay, that makes sense. The line goes on, I mean, like you take knight b4, but white has rook d4, and this is important. So if you take a2, then the knight is trapped. Yeah, the knight is trapped. Well, okay, it's a clever move then, but it stops knight c6, but it stops it for one move only, maybe. So if black plays rook d8.
It also is not very simple for black, maybe to see the tactic.
So you mean maybe he falls for the trap? Yeah, yes. Well, who knows? Who knows? But I'm also not sure if Alexandra sees it herself. Like she played castle reasonably quickly, but I'm not sure if it's all prepared or just over the board inspiration.
There is Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea is playing on. I'm not sure if it's the second. It's not the second board. It's like
No,
board 4 or something.
they have fixed boards.
Yeah, they have fixed boards, but I mean her position in the tournament, right? So we can say Alexandra is
He's
like
in the ninth place.
yeah. So Alexandra is on the first place. Andrea is somewhat lower with 4.5
Four and a
points.
half,
Yeah, four and a
yes.
half points, if I'm not mistaken. Here again, it's not much to discuss. King's Indian with G3. Played by her opponent, so Andrea plays the King's Indian, E5, E4, and Rook E8. One of the possible moves here.
Yeah, I was wrong. Alexandra is in the 17th. In the standings.
Andrea.
Yeah, sorry,
in
Andrea.
17th
Yes.
place.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so she's tied for, I don't know what, for 6 or 7s with a lot of people. No, they're at 5, and then she's on 4.5. So
Yeah.
she's tied for like lower places. Yeah. Okay, but so far nothing to discuss. Just the King's Indian, and her position is fine. Later on, we will see what's gonna happen.
Should we check Zach?
Yes, let's do. I think this is, yeah, that's an interesting game. Zach is playing with black against Carlo Magno Vincenzo. Here we have the Catalan and the old-fashioned line after d takes c4, queen c2 that we've seen many times already in this tournament. Usually black would play either b5 or some b6, I think we had in one of the games. Here it's a6, and instead of a4, white captures on c4. That's kind of used to be the very main line of the Catalan. b5, queen back to c2, bishop b7. That's a starting position where you have 3 lines, all connected with the bishop move. So it's bishop d2, f4, or g5. In our case, it's bishop d2. Bishop d2, what's the point, one may ask? And in the game, we actually see what the point is. Knight to d7, bishop a5, attacking this. Rook c8, and knight d2. I'm not sure if knight d2 is the best move, to be honest. So the whole idea of putting the bishop on a5 was to play b4 later and to stop c5 completely. Knight d2, knight b8. Now black is preparing to put the knight on c6. But maybe what we do is actually knight b3 now. So if knight c6 happens, we can move the bishop back. And then again, black cannot play c5 because now his own knight is in front of the pawn.
And can play knight c5.
Yeah, white is getting ready to play knight c5, but also just rook, rook d1, bishop e1,
rook c8,
rook c1, yeah,
c1,
all these moves. So if I remember correctly, bishop d2 was exactly the tricky move to oppose knight d7. And black's kind of best reply was something else. Like bishop d6 was the move, rook a7 was one of the moves that people were playing, kind of anticipating bishop a5, and in this case, of course, black would go knight c6. So knight d7 is a little bit naive, maybe not a big deal, but white might have some advantage after that. It's an interesting position, though. It's quite tricky. b4 is not great, yeah, before knight c6, and not only the bishop but the b4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and after a3,
a3, yeah, you take the bishop. No, this is exactly what we were trying to fight against. If this position happens, I would rather go knight b3, I guess, and sacrifice the pawn, but still black is very solid. Yeah, so b4 doesn't really work. Okay, let them figure it out. Let's go back to the top boards, I guess, to see if we have any developments here and there.
Maybe we check Luca Moroni or
Yeah, these games. Yeah. Let's do. Sugirov is playing against Erdogmush. Luca is, yeah, where is Luca? I think I've
the
seen.
10th board.
Lower boards 10. Yes, in this group of players with what? With 4.5 as well. Maxime Lagarde, Daniel Darda, all these guys on 4.5.
No, they have 5.
Or 5. Yeah,
Yes.
5. I'm getting confused. Okay, so game of Luka against player from Kazakhstan, Ramazan Jalmakhanov. So started as what you call it, the ready opening or delayed Catalan c4 castle, and then d4 would mean the usual Catalan here, right? And instead white played d3. I don't think it's any good. c5, knight e5, very strange opening. Knight d7, knight d7, bishop d7, and white went e4. Black replied with bishop to c6. Very strange setup. From what I can tell, this kind of, well, I don't know, let's say queen e2, let's say, because e4 is hanging and maybe we don't want to play e5. So this setup is usually not very good for white because there is a hole on d4. However, black exchanged the knight, which should go to d4. The other knight is far away. So it could be that white is actually better thanks to the space advantage and so on. So maybe black shouldn't even take on e4 after queen e2. Just play some, I don't know, some moves. Queen d7, knight d7. Hard to tell what to do. Maybe b5 is possible. Something very original, to be honest. After only 9 moves, I don't think I've ever seen this kind of play. And actually kind of prepared by Luca. He's on 1 hour 20, so knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
We checked Jules. We did not check Darda yet. Maybe we can check Daniel Darda's game against Benjamin Haldersen. And Haldersen is interesting. Like he spent half of the tournament playing with the strong players, right?
Yes,
I mean, he has quite possibly is close to Grandmaster. Can you check his performance?
Yes.
Haldersen. He's probably winning some rating.
Yes, he's winning quite 15
Quite a
votes.
bit,
Yes.
and his rating performance is 2580, and usually the GM norm means that you are showing performance of 2600. So I imagine if, let's say, Haraldsen wins today against Darda with black, which I understand is not easy to do, he might be eligible for GM norm. So that's a big game for him, apart from, let's say, fighting for the money prize. He's also looking to make the norm.
Yeah. I don't know, the Norwegian players, like how many grandmasters they are in.
Norway.
Yes.
One. His name is Magnus Carlsen. No? It used to be the case. Okay, the first Norwegian grandmaster, okay, maybe not the first, but the first kind of top 50 player from Norway was Magnus, one of the Magnus's trainers, Simen Agdestein. And he's the curious thing about Agdestein is that he was also a professional football player. That's the only example. He was playing for, like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he scored goals for national team in football. Okay, he definitely was playing in like a top league in Norway, like one of the clubs. So he was active chess player and a football player at the same time. So that maybe explains why Magnus is also very like sporty. Yeah, so he likes any kind of physical activities. And then after Magnus, there have been a wave of Norwegian grandmasters, but somehow like Tari perhaps can be considered professional, right? Jon Ludwig Hammer has stopped playing competitively. Don't remember. I had quite a few kind of friends slash students of older generation, but it seems that they've quit. At least they quit competitive play.
Yeah, I'm asking because the Olympiad is close, and maybe Halderson has a chance to play. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, well, it really depends on if Magnus is playing or not, right? I mean, so that can be different team with and without Magnus, and for this we wouldn't know. Okay, so the opening here in this game was English with second move g3, which is kind of a interesting moves order. It's opted to avoid one of the lines here, like he would go bishop g2, and in case d5 happens, I think no, but then yeah, knight f3, knight c6. So you're kind of playing without knight c3. So the most common English opening, of course, would be with knight c3 first, and then g3, bishop g2. But after knight c3, you allow various kinds of bishop b4 lines. Bishop b4 on move 2, or say knight c6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop b4, like anything of those. Yeah, but second g3 also has its drawback, that after c6, black is playing the Alapin Sicilian with colors reversed, right? e4, c5, c3. g2, g3 is kind of an extra tempo for white, but it's not easy to prove that it's very useful. So, and again, as in Alapin, the moves are either knight f3, the one that played in our game, or d4. So knight f3, e4, knight d4, and it was very, very topical, very topical line back in the day. d4, d5, c takes, queen takes. Now the knight has to move. Knight f6, knight c3, queen e5. Knight a6, bishop e7, knight e1, and knight e1 is something original, to be honest.
Yeah, because it looks like the knight of e1 doesn't have jumps, but maybe just prepare this.
Yeah, he's preparing f3 or d3. Yeah, so it's just that usually they would put the knight on e3, but then yeah, like here for instance, knight e3 would be like the move. Okay, knight e1, bishop f5, f3. Queen to e6, and white went d4. So now if d3 happens, I think white all of a sudden is much better, simply going e4. And the bishop has to either leave on g6 where it's passive, or go to h3 and get traded on g2. And somehow white's setup is very harmonious. Knight goes to f4, queen c2 or e2. Yes, in this case, white is getting a better position. And in order to actually fight for equality, or maybe more than equality, black has to take on f3, knight f3, and then play this kind of position. I'm not sure if it's castle short or some other move. I think castle short's good. Well, so what happens in this case, white has two central pawns, but e4 is not that easy to achieve, and therefore when black plays rook d8, rook e8, there will be some pressure on the center. Well, Benjamin Heidersen decided to castle immediately, which might be as well a clever thing to do, but it's sort of similar. So fe4, knight e4, and I guess knight d3 to go here. Again, something very similar. It's not that easy for black to keep the blockade on e4. Yeah, an interesting position again, quite promising.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some stuff which is relatively boring, like some Very, very traditional openings. Some development for Sivuk and Pichot, but again, okay, I can briefly show, but not much has changed. After queen e7, white went knight e5, not going for this pawn sacrifice. Pichot replied with c5, knight a2, and bishop a5. So bishop is relatively safe here on a5, and white's bishop on d2 is still undeveloped. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is what you do, b3 and some bishop a3 ideas.
Knight e7.
Yeah, takes some bishop b2. I mean, it's I don't know what to say. It's not that easy for black to kind of fully equalize, but also he doesn't have that many problems. It's a silly position because c5 and d4 eventually will be exchanged. And then you have the symmetrical pawn structure, like 4 pawns each on the king side, 2 pawns each on the queen side, very often like just exchanges and a draw. But as long as these pawns are here, there is always tension. So it could be one of these games that we've seen, like they spend all the time for 20 moves, and then after 10 more moves, it's a draw. Like very
Let's
often.
change everything.
Yeah, very often would
rook
be
endgame.
something like that, some rook endgame or something, yeah. b3 played, yeah, b3 played. So a draw on board 2, very quiet position on board 3, and this is our board 4. So board 4, and wait a second, and on the video feed we have
Board 1.
Board 1, Kirill Shevchenkov is black against our leader Parhov. So after e3, knight to d7, bishop d3 was played. Bishop takes, knight takes, e6, e4. White actually is getting more pleasant position, I want to say. So I wonder if there was a better way of handling this position with black, because now it's not kind of the real advantage, but very good situation for Parhov. So he'll just play bishop e3, castle, you know, all the pieces developed. He controls the center. The best you can hope for when you kind of, you know, you would like to play, but also you're fine with the draw, right? Because you're leading the tournament. So
the most important thing here is not to lose.
yeah, for him especially, right?
Yeah.
Like for some, as we were discussing, like for someone who is for half a point behind, it could be that the win is so attractive that like draw or a loss is not a big of a doesn't make much of a difference, right?
A price.
Yeah,
maybe.
doesn't make much of a difference. For Parhov, of course, like win almost means that he won a tournament, but a draw is also very, very nice result. Yeah, I don't even know what to check. There are some like funny positions I can see, but mostly on lower boards, and I don't see any crazy Sicilians today. Don't see any crazy Sicilians today, so I'm wondering if we can.
There is also female prizes. I think the first 3, if I'm not wrong. So it's important to know maybe who is the best right now.
Yeah, but if we can check, because I don't think we have any female players on the top boards. So
No. Well, right now the best female is Agraval Pantika from India, International Master. And
Yeah.
she is 4 with 4 points, sorry. There is other one is also from India. Is Savita Sri, woman grandmaster.
on 4, right?
Yes, they are on 4.
On 4. Yeah, and then the girls from Kazakhstan are on 3.5. Yeah.
Yes.
There is quite a few. Yeah, I'm looking for something to show before before we'll go for a first break today, but so far can't really find anything too attractive. So maybe let's check the sisters again.
Okay.
Yeah. So sorry. So streamers bought Andrea bought us first, and then Alexandra bought us. So Andrea's position. It's funny that like both players play. You know, it's a bit of a mix of different plans. Like for black, it's probably fine to have the rook on e8, but also it's a little bit strange.
I think it's the second time this happened. I don't remember in one, but in one of the Andreas game, she had the rook on e8 and the bishop on b7, and it was like I wanted to go back like rook f8 and rook and bishop c8
and
for
then,
the typical plans.
Yeah, and the white would go d5 anyway. Yeah, so all I'm saying, like if you wanted to put rook on e8, maybe take first and then go rook e8. After rook e8, white goes d5, but at the same time, kind of the bishop on g2 is strange in this setup. However, it probably defends the king, maybe not a big deal. Knight c5. Queen c2, a5 is very typical, so the knight on c5 and the pawn on a5, making sure that the knight on c5 is stable. So now an interesting way of playing for white would be a3, preparing for b4, but there is no b4 just yet. Yeah.
No.
And moreover, white can play, black can play a4, stopping it. After bishop e3. Yeah, I don't know if you can play knight b3, but there is also bishop d7 guarding the pawn. So if this happens, okay, it's not a disaster for black. No. However, I would prefer not to have a rook on e8. So knight e8, knight d6 is a very good setup. So white played bishop e3, which is probably a bit more clever. So bishop e3 now, kind of getting ready in the right moment to take on c5. And Andrea plays b7, b6 to be able to recapture with the b pawn. So the plan for white... wait a second. Now I can play a3, I think. Now I can play a3 because a4... It's a little bit risky for white, but white can actually take... Yeah? No. Knight a4, there is knight e4.
Yeah, e4.
And then rook a4, yeah. So still not great. Because what I want, of course, is to go a3 and let's pretend black cannot play a4 and play something else. And then b4 takes, and this knight has to go to either b7 or a6, and it's very seriously misplaced there. So this is the current conflict on the board, right? If white can chase this knight away, white's usually better. It looks like white doesn't care about chasing this knight. Play the h3, which is understandable to stop knight g4 tricks, but for now the knight is quite stable.
Yeah, it's slow.
Yeah, h3 is a little bit too slow. Sometimes you would have these tricks, knight e4, knight e4, in exchange everything, go bishop f5. But in this position, yeah, of course, there is queen h4. Sometimes it would be trapping the white queen. Here there is queen h4. I'm not sure what black is supposed to do. Maybe seriously, maybe just play rook f8, because with this structure...
And also h3, it's not... Yeah.
Bishop d7 could be the move. Anyway, it seems to be that we are here for a long game. And then let's check Alexandro Boris against Carlo Molinari. Alexandra's opponent did not blunder.
No.
She went knight g2 e2, knight c6, king b1, knight b4, queen d2. Interestingly, knight g4 would be quite serious challenge for white, because this is hanging, it's not easy to defend. Black instead went knight e4, So here what you can do is you take with the bishop, you go a3, attacking the knight, and then the trick is that after knight d3 you can actually take here.
And I think this is what is happening.
Depends if she finds a3 or not. So queen c4, for instance, queen d3, and it's only one check. You run away, you'll block with the knight. Yeah, the knight can go to king can go to e1.
Run away.
And yeah, and if black has to return to, let's say, c6, you can consider taking the pawn. That's of course an option, but also you can just try to play on the dark squares like knight d4, and if this exchange happens, you take with the queen, you take with the rook, and if black doesn't have the knight to go to d3, then this weakness doesn't matter.
Now white is better.
Yeah, white is slightly better in this situation, in this scenario. So I'm wondering what else black can do, and after a3 there could be moves like a5 because
sacrificing.
The king is stuck here. But yeah, some crazy lines, like computers immediately give some crazy line. Queen to d4, black goes bishop a2. Knight a2, check here, takes this knight, and white takes this knight twice, and black takes f2, and white takes e4, and it goes on, and probably an equal position. Which is, I think, having an equal position would be good for Alexandra. So she's as we discussed, she's happy, should be happy with a draw, I guess, on average.
Yeah.
Could see what her closest rival is doing, Shanshan.
I'm confused why she's not playing against the
closest rival. Yeah,
yes.
that's a big question. I have no idea why. It could be how many players the B tournament have. Maybe some no, it's enough. Yeah, sometimes when it's a Swiss system and it's only like 20 players, 30 players, sometimes even though one pair seems to be very logical, but kind of other players you cannot pair them. Yeah, it's kind of the whole pairing doesn't add up. But here it's just really surprising why it is the way it is.
Sometimes they repeat the color.
Yeah, sometimes they repeat the color, which is also understandable. But even the color would match. So Alexandra is playing white, and her closest rival is playing black. So once again, they could play against each other. So it's a little bit confusing, honestly. It's a little bit confusing. Right. So far, normal positions, like reasonable positions for both as sisters. And no results other than a draw for Fedoseev, right? No results other than a draw for Fedoseev. No, I'm checking the top boards. Everything is in progress. Well, some games are a little bit sharper than the others, but no big deal. Okay, I think this will be it, right? So first tower is out of the way, the opening is played, the middle game usually requires them to think for a long time. So that's why we'll take a little break. We'll come back shortly.
When the players make some moves.
Yeah. So, yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back after some 10 minutes. Yep.
the 8th. Welcome back to the 8th round of Sardinia World Chess Festival. Here we are with Luca again today. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me today as well, like yesterday.
Yeah.
A very interesting round today.
Yes.
We saw a quick draw between Chigayev and Fedoseev as expected. But maybe we can have a look at the game played by Italian players. Like
Yes.
we have on the board number 5, Lorenzo Lodici against Volodar Murdin. It's a quite interesting game because maybe we can just review it since move 1. Let's
Yes.
go to move 1. Was a Sicilian defense. E4, Lorenzo is playing white, Volodar is playing black. D4, CD4, knight D4, knight C6, and now white has already some decision to take. He opted for the Maroczi structure. So Maroczi is when white
C4.
gains space with C4 because pawn E4 is not yet attacked by knight F6. Now knight F6, knight C3. Now this is one of the main lines, of course. Bishop B4. White takes the knight. Okay, engines say that also dc6 is good, but bc6 is main line. Of course, then bishop d3 because pawn e4 is under attack. And now black plays, if I'm not mistaken, he went for castle.
Castle and taking the knight and doubling the pawn. Sorry.
Yeah, taking the knight is another option that anyway can be played later.
Yeah.
So here I think black played first e5, of course, yeah, first e5 because otherwise e5 is the threat. And then
The
castle, and now the position is very instructive, quite interesting because we studied this also with engines. Actually, in the engine versus engine book, there are 2 games played in 2016 and 17, if I'm not wrong, among 2 engines, 2 maybe lower rated engines. And because here the point is that black, of course, would like to double the pawns, white pawns, by taking on c3. And an interesting line is because, of course, everyone could ask, why not bishop g5? Okay, I don't care if you double my pawns. I will have the domination over black squares, and in order to kick my bishop out of g5, you will have to weaken your king. But if white plays bishop g5, which is an inferior line, by the way, then black can play bishop c3, bc3, h6, bishop h4 in order to keep the pin, and then g5. G5, bishop g3, and then queen e7. Queen e7. Defending e5, and now it's interesting because, okay, visually black king seems weak, but white bishop pair is very passive.
Not doing much.
Not doing much because the c5 is not an option. So, for instance, if white plays queen e2,
Queen e2.
Queen e2, then black has queen e8, so rook e8. So reinforcing the defense of pawn e5. And then if, for instance, like rook f d1, which is a normal move, then black goes c5, creating a blockade, activating the bishop.
Fixing the
pawns. So it's like almost like in the Nimzo Indian Semish variation.
Yeah.
And this is judged as equality or slightly better for black.
Yeah.
So even if h6, g5 can be frightening, can be scaring for black, but actually it appears that black king is not in danger for now, and because also white doesn't have pawn pushes that can open the position. So that's basically the point. So the black strategy is to double white pawns, and white strategy is to, in this case, trying to open the position. So if we go back to the game at the before bishop g5, which is in fact Lorenzo played bishop e3. Actually, white has another option immediately. Instead of bishop e3, it has knight a4. So the point is that if white wants to avoid the doubled pawns, he has to move the knight. So knight a4, but at this point black has d5.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Because d5 is not guarded anymore by the knight. So bishop e3 is a normal move. And then main line is bishop c3 now, but Murzin opted for d6. And now knight a4. Because now, of course, compared to the previous example, white already has his bishop on e3. So black lost one tempo playing first d6, and then if he goes d5, lost one tempo.
Yeah.
Then let's see what Murzin played.
Oh, yes.
Bishop e3, d6, knight a4, bishop a5, and then a3. Okay, I think this is a good choice as opening choices and also structure by Lorenzo. He's playing slowly, doesn't want to burn bridges. White enjoys a good space advantage. And yeah, it's a game. It will be a long game.
What pieces would you prefer to play here? Do you like?
I would prefer to play with white this position.
Because the space.
Because of the space, because Marocci structure is easier to play for white. And here, let's say it's easier to play with white rather than with black. But nonetheless, it's okay. If we put this position on a computer, we say it's equality.
It's quality. Yeah,
quality. Yeah. So, is this the present position, or they went ahead?
The live position? No, we have a
Let's
couple
see
of
what you played. Okay,
moves.
c5.
Yes.
Which is pretty much the same plan we outlined before. So we showed it before. So it's always the same story. So black tries to activate bishop c8 by creating this blockade. Of course, by doing this, black has to accept that black square bishop will be a little bit passive.
And also the white. The black square. Yes.
Black square bishop, yeah. But on the other hand, also white square bishop will be passive as well. So then rook b1, again trying to play before.
Yes.
Yeah. Rook b8, denying before.
Yeah.
And bishop c2. So white starts to use the d file, which is a semi-open file, in order to attack d6 pawn that, of course, will be defended anyway by bishop c7 and so on, but usually pieces should be arranged like queen e2, rook f d1, and so on, and then recycling the knight maybe on d5 via c3 or
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think played queen e7, of course. Then queen d3.
Continue with the plan.
With the plan, yeah. Bishop b7, f3 now, which is typical of Marocci, also in the accelerated dragon, where black has the bishop on g7. In the Marocci, usually white plays f3, consolidating the space advantage in the center. Bishop c6.
The idea is to exchange to this knight, or just to open the file? Well,
I think both, but I think white would be happy to see his knight exchanged.
Yeah. The black is not doing much.
Yeah. And then rook fd1. The rook belongs to the square for now.
Yeah, this is the live position. Right?
This is the live position, and
yeah, the engine is suggesting moves like rook fd8.
rook
just
fd8, yeah.
defending the d6 pawn, and now knight c3. Well, you were saying, trying to bring the knight back.
Yeah.
And now white says knight h5.
Knight h5. Knight h5, yeah. This is a game of maneuvering, typical of closed position. Usually when you have closed position, as Coach Ramesh says, you don't have to make pawn moves, but you have to move pieces to improve piece position and to have a plan of what to do with the pieces, to find the best squares for pieces.
How to improve the pieces, right?
Yeah. While in dynamic positions, also Ramesh always recommends to create pawn breaks and to move pawns, while in static position, better to maneuver with pieces.
Yeah.
So it will be a long game of maneuvering until one of the sides will decide it's come the time to make a pawn break. Of course, in this position, the only pawn break is available for white is b4 one day. And while for black, it doesn't seem at this time f5 as something viable. Knight f4 is another idea. Now Volodar will have to choose what to do. It's also a psychological game of wait and see.
Yes, and also they already spend the same amount of time. Both has almost 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's right what you were saying, like in close positions, like it's better to maneuver the pieces, and I think the knights are the best pieces to maneuver with. Yeah.
Exactly. And from the competitive point of view, it's important for Lorenzo not to go under in time. Because we all know that Volodar Murzin is very strong in blitz and rapid. So when there is not so much time on the clock, of course, his strength improves and increases. So it's always better not to go inside, not against Volodar.
Yeah.
So we will see. Let's see. So another interesting game could be Sivuk Pichot on board number 4.
Yes, Pichot yesterday held an end game in like more than 5 hours.
After more than 5 hours,
Yeah, against Jordan Van Forest.
Yeah.
Would you like I go back?
A little bit earlier from the opening just to check what he played. Queen's Gambit, dc4, e3, refusing the Vienna. So a4, b6, and bishop c4. This is quite
theory.
Theory, yeah. Assembling Queen's Gambit accepted, and this is typical position where white enjoys always small advantage. And of course, black solved his problem, typical of the Queen's Gambit, of the bishop c8, which sometimes can be passive, while this time, of course, has the entire diagonal available.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah. Then c5, breaking into the center. Knight a2, typical maneuver also that we meet also in Slav defense, in the variation with dc4, a4, bishop f5, e3, e6. Sometimes when white plays queen e2 in order to push an e4, first he plays knight a2.
Now
bishop a5, and then b3. Yeah. Of course, white is not afraid of playing with an isolated pawn if black takes on d4, because he has, in this position, he enjoys a good piece play and potential attack on the black king.
Yeah.
So knight d7, knight d7, bishop b2.
Maybe
And now,
preparing some like d5. Even.
yeah, there are some tactics. If black doesn't play queen g5, maybe it will be white to play queen g4. So black immediately starts to take under his control squares on the king's side by playing queen g5.
And this is the
actual position. But here there is a big time difference because Sivuk is only 30 minutes.
You already spent a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of time.
And we are just in the move 15.
Just in move 15, yeah. This can be a factor later in the game, even if now the position is almost equal. It's equal.
Yeah, what would you like to play here with white?
Here I would prefer to play with black.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's seems more dynamic, and
I feel like this knight has to come back to the game somehow. I don't know where.
Maybe. But also, what the engine says after. Okay, of course, now there is mate in 1, and we have to cover mate in 1.
The engine is suggesting just e4.
E4, yeah, that's why I was thinking about e4.
Yeah, e4, then knight f6.
Yeah.
And bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yeah. Because the bishop has not much to do on c4.
Yeah, there is this blocking pawn.
Yeah, e6 is a rock. And of course the white plan is, let's suppose that there is no mate on g2. The plan is to play e5 and then start an attack on the black king.
It's very thematic there.
Yeah. So maybe one day blacks wants to play f3 and then e5, or just keeping the tension.
Yeah. Now rook
fd8 maybe.
Yes. And g3. G3.
Yeah, g3 because not only frees the pawn on e4, but the idea is also maybe to play h4 and start chasing the queen.
Okay.
Which doesn't have so many squares because
yes,
can be attacked by the bishop and so on. So
this one too. Yeah.
Yeah, this one too, exactly. So yeah, this will be an interesting game to follow later on.
Yeah.
Then I saw while walking through different chessboards, another interesting position is the one played by Musard Jules on board number 9 against the international master Damian Lewczak from Poland.
Okay, let me find it. What board?
Musard is board number 9.
Okay. Yes, this one.
Yeah, it was, I think, French defense.
Yeah.
Or bishop b4 is, and then a3, take, b6, which is now modern line, queen g4,
king f8.
King f8, knight h3, bishop a6. Of course, so black wants to get rid of his bad bishop.
Yeah. Time to change and
then a4. Yeah, a4 is a typical move in this kind of position to get space and to maybe one day playing bishop a3.
Maybe stopping this pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe, don't know.
Just getting some space for the moment and just check also what black wants to do. Okay. Of course, black, in order to exchange his bishop, must lose some tempis
Yeah.
and this will be
Has to.
exploited by white.
Yeah.
Because now white, I think, played knight f4.
Right now, knight f4.
Knight
Yes,
f4, yeah,
it's
knight
true.
g6. I saw it live while I was on the knight g6. And then knight, of course, so black has no point in exchanging knights, so knight h5.
Offering
And
exchange.
this is a typical maneuver because black, of course, would like to exchange queens.
Yeah, in the French, black is the one who's looking for a
Yeah.
simplification, right?
Yeah, especially in this kind of structure where white has doublet pawns.
Yeah.
And of course, white here, I think he played h3.
h3.
Yeah? h3, yeah.
And now c5.
c5.
a5.
And then a5, yeah, which is one of the reasons of a4, getting space, liquidating on the queen side. Now, of course, the threat is a b6. And in fact, I think black played b5. b5? Yeah.
Yes.
b5. And
Castle.
castle. Yeah, castle.
Here the engine was suggesting to not exchange the queens, just go
Going back to e2, which is another option, typical option in this position.
Yeah.
Because if black exchanges, then there is h, g4, and then f4, f5, and then white, even if there are no more queen on the board, white enjoys a big space advantage on both wings.
Yeah.
So, but Musard is a very solid player. Is another player who doesn't want to burn all bridges behind him. I like very much his style, I have to say.
There is some result there we have, or is my imagination? No, right?
Let's see.
No. I thought they were like finishing. I don't know. The arbiter is doing
Maybe
something.
the arbiter is. Let's see. Yes, it's a draw.
Board 12.
Board 12 was Vergara against Grandmaster Paul Welten from from Netherlands or France.
Yes.
It's Paul Welten.
Yeah.
France. Yeah, it was draw.
Okay. So the last move here was bishop
e3. Yeah.
For Jules Musard.
Yeah, I think that this is a position easier to play for white. I don't know the engine, what is saying.
The engine is saying it's a little bit better for white, 0.48, 50, 5.
Okay, in this kind of position, even if the engine evaluation can seem minimal, it's already
Equal.
a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it's easier to play for white. White can liquidate many times in a better position, even in a queenless middle game. Enjoys space, enjoys free room for his rooks, for example, rook fb1 and so on. And the king on f8 is a little bit misplaced because it keeps rook h8 very passive.
Yes.
If you remember, even in round 7 of the candidates in Yekaterinburg, Jan Nepomniachtchi played similar variation against MVL, Vachela Grave. Then he lost, but he always had this problem of king f8, which is also one of the main drawbacks of all the variations in the French defense of in our variation, where black plays king f8 instead of the usual maneuver queen c5, queen c7, and after queen g4, f5, defending g7 indirectly with the queen. So king f8 is somewhat can be passive. So white simply doesn't do much. He simply keeps his space advantage and waits, improves slowly his position.
Yeah, improve every piece a little bit.
Yeah,
the rooks.
And this is at this level, it's important to know the style of every player, and this is I'm pretty much sure that this is a position that Jules Musard enjoys very much.
Yeah.
He is in his cup of tea for sure.
That's funny. Yeah. Yes, because you have to play also the your opponents. You have to know like where they are comfortable with and try to play according that too. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
important. It's not just like to play a good game and I like this opening. Is you have to valorate that too, I think.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's the real drawback of using too much computers is that the computer evaluation is something totally objective
Yes.
because computer doesn't have emotions, both with white and with black.
Yeah.
While we humans, luckily, we have emotions, and so as well as our opponents have. So we have to try to exploit their emotion, their pro and cons, their what they like, what they don't like,
Yeah.
in order to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Which is something computer and artificial intelligence
They
do
don't
not
know.
understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because right now maybe Jus Musar will be fine with winning. It's depending also the point of the tournament. If you are playing good in the tournament, how do you feel, and different other things.
Yeah, that's true. And then what we can have a look maybe at.
You want to see Luca Moroni?
Let's see Luca Moroni. I saw he played a kind of Reti opening with c4, d3, g3, bishop g2.
Okay. Here?
So knight f3, d5, knight f6, bishop g2, e6, bishop e7, c4, yeah.
Cancel.
And then d3. Avoiding the Catalan, playing more of a Reti style opening.
Trying to play different.
c5, yeah. Knight e5 immediately, okay.
Yeah.
And then exchange the knight.
And
then
e4.
Yes, e4. Then I think you played bishop c6, black, if I'm not wrong, yes.
And
Queen
e2.
e2, yeah. c8, d5, gaining some space on the king side. Then f4, yeah. Bishop e3, queen d7, okay, I even hear a long game, maneuvering game.
Yeah.
Knight a4, interesting knight a4. Because now b2 is hanging and...
I think the engine likes black. Here he says it's equal, but yeah, he likes black.
Yeah. Well, in this kind of positions, engines always show full equality for black because white lost many tempis in order to create this structure with e5 and f4. Now, of course, there is also possibility to play b5 one day, so that's the point of knight a4. To free pawn b7. So what Luca played after knight a4?
And knight f3.
Knight f3,
and
b5,
b5,
in fact.
yes.
That's the point.
You were right. Yeah. Take. And
Rook c1,
yeah.
because there was in the end some kind of X-ray attack on the diagonal a6 f1,
Yeah, that's
with
true.
white having both the queen and the rook, e2 and f1. So rook f c1.
And now this is the actual position.
This is the actual position. Time is pretty much the same, 38 minutes for Luca and 41 for Ramazan.
Yeah.
So, but in this position, the only one who has pawn breaks is black.
Yes.
So maybe slightly better. I don't know the engine how it evaluates, but here I would prefer a little bit black. I have to say.
The engine also prefer blacks. He has a slightly like 0.5 for black. Yeah.
Which is a lot in this kind of position. So
is the same as the other because or not?
Yeah, it's pretty much very similar because here the pawns in c5 and d5 can start to roll, and while pawn structure, white pawn structure on the king side is quite rigid. It's quite static. So it's of course it's not a big advantage, but okay. Here black enjoys free space and easier moves to play and to find.
Do you think the rook on d8 would be okay? Would be good?
Possible. Of course, now black will have to recycle the knight or to redeploy the knight.
Yeah,
But
which way?
Maybe b6 or somehow. But yes, it's for black is easier to play.
Okay, yeah.
So let's hope Luca will find something later on. Maybe we can go. Do we have board 28?
Yes, we have. If you tell me the names.
It's Lumacchi against Bifulco.
Lumacchi.
Two Italian players.
Okay. Yeah, I found it.
Lumacchi Bifulco. Let's see the position. Yeah, that's I asked for this board because Gabriele Lumacchi is a very talented Italian young player. He always liked to play quite tactical openings and tactical positions. He's never afraid to go in unbalanced positions where material is not equal, but there is some kind of dynamic compensation. He has fantastic fantasy, so I always enjoy watching his games because there is always something to learn. And of course, this is because he's Italian, and so I know him because he plays very many times in our league. So maybe for our foreign followers, his name will not mean much, but he's definitely a guy to watch if you want to learn new attacking techniques and new dynamics.
I like the dynamic positions. How old is he?
20.
20.
Yeah.
20.
I guess 20. Yeah, I think it's.
And he is
he's international. No, FIDE Master, still FIDE Master. Yeah, but he's already 2400, so maybe some norms are missing. But
unrated for
his strength is definitely one of international master level. So, but the way he plays the opening, he never refuses the open fight. So it's always very entertaining. So this position, I think, he's slightly better, maybe, even if his knight is still on b1.
Yeah, we can see the bishop maybe trying to do something there.
Yeah, of course. Now the threat is bishop takes f6 and then rook takes f6 because there is mate on h7. Yeah. He always he always put pressure on his opponents. So, and that's why his games are always very entertaining. So,
is the one we are watching on the screen?
No? Yeah, that's the game, but it's not him. It's
it's playing with the black pieces. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's
Yeah, that's okay.
No.
Yeah. Do you have another?
Oh, let's see another. It was maybe some board from the beat tournament.
Okay, maybe we watch the streamers.
Let's see the streamers.
Yeah.
So an interesting opening on one of the boards before.
Okay, let me find the streamers. Just 1 minute. Yeah, I found it. Thank you. Okay, first we are watching Andrea. Okay, and yes, Andrea. Let me find Andrea. Here it is. This is Andrea's game.
Yeah. If we go a little bit earlier in the game.
Yeah.
This is a King's Indian
The King's Indian with the rook in e8, I didn't like. We were discussing maybe it was better to keep the rook on f.
Yeah, yeah. Earlier, I think white was not so precise. So, for instance, if we go a little bit earlier,
Yeah.
okay, here,
Oops, sorry. Where?
e5, e4,
Yeah.
and then rook e8, and then white played d5, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, here, okay, d5 is an option, but usually it's better to play rook e1, just keeping the tension, and then h3, and then bishop e3. This is a famous game in USSR, rest of the world of the 70s, where Larsen played this position, not without d5, of course,
Yeah.
against Leonid Stein. Larsen would, but Stein could have got big advantage in the opening, because Larsen didn't play h3, which is almost mandatory after rook e1. There are some tactics, of course, but d5 commits and releases the tension too early in the center. So
yes,
d5.
it's defining how they will play somehow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So d5, knight c5, of course. Now e4 is under attack. White must play queen c2 or rook e1, but queen c2, and now black plays a5, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, a5 in order to secure the square for his knight on c5 without allowing b4 by white.
Yeah.
So bishop e3,
b6,
b6, h3, yeah,
and knight
h5.
In order to play f5, right?
Yeah.
Queen d1 and the rook.
A rook goes back to f8.
Yeah. Andrea understand this. Yeah. Knight e1 and bishop d7.
Bishop d7, yeah.
Bishop d7 is just developing the bishop.
Yeah, bishop d7
maybe it was better to go directly.
Immediately f5, maybe.
Yeah, because in many cases in this opening, the bishop stay there all the game until it gets until we sacrifice it.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, definitely. But okay, f5 was almost consequential without losing tempi.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe bishop d7 is just waiting move. But in this kind of position, the side who has the advantage must act quickly, because you have to feel the rhythm and the right timing in the game. So a little bit surprised that black played bishop d7, because if you are a King's Indian player, you must feel the rhythm of the game.
Yeah.
And so, okay, queen h2, improving king's position. Then black played queen e8.
What is the idea with the queen? I mean, maybe it's related with the bishop here, but where? I don't understand.
Queen e8.
Yeah.
Very strange, queen e8.
Yes. Okay. Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, okay.
Attacking the knight, going back.
Going back.
Yeah, this is the thing, like 2 tempos, and now she has to go back, and the idea is...
There is no f5 anymore, so that's why f5 at once maybe was better.
Yeah. Okay, and this is the...
Is this the actual position?
Yes, this is
okay.
It is live. So both players has 30 minutes, 36, 33. And they are in move 16. So
move 16, okay.
Middle game, yes. And maybe we go to Alexandra now?
Yeah, let's see Alexandra.
Oh, Alexandra is playing an Italian player.
Carlo Molinari with black.
Yes. Okay, many things happen here.
Yeah, let's see how we reach this position.
Okay. Let's go to the beginning.
So d5, e6, queen's gambit. Exchange variation. With bishop f4, okay.
Bishop d6. exchange.
E3, A6, bishop D3, okay.
If you want me to stop, you can.
No, okay, it's, I think it's quite normal, normal sequence, C5. Long castle, okay.
Yeah, long castle. And we were looking this. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. And now knight here to try to go to B4.
To B4.
Or king B1.
King B1. Knight B4, okay. Queen D2. And then knight E4.
Yes. Has to take, and knight F4.
Knight F4, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Queen E7 seems to me a little bit imprecise. I don't know what the engine is saying, but...
Yeah, because I feel like... I don't know.
Maybe not necessary, Queen E7.
Yeah, the knight is attacking the bishop. What would be better is just to move the bishop, maybe. Where? Well, then Jean is suggesting bishop c4. Yes.
Bishop c4, yeah, because pawn e4 is not important.
Yeah. After knight takes.
No, black is winning here.
Yes.
I think, what is bishop d3 check? No, bishop d3, no, it's that bishop a2 is under attack, maybe. Knight a4. Bishop a2.
Okay, this one?
No, e4, sorry, e4 takes pawn e4.
Yeah. So now bishop takes.
Takes.
King. And now queen.
Queen a5. You cannot avoid the discovered check.
Right?
The checkmate as well,
yeah. Yes. So it's not possible to take the pawn.
Yeah. So bishop c4 seemed to me more, because in this position, you know, it's this is one of the lessons that can be extracted from this position. Usually at lower level, when our pieces or our pawn are attacked, we try to save them at all costs without considering dynamic elements of the position. So in this position, white king is weak.
Yes. Yeah.
And white pieces are not arranged in the best way. So dynamics are in black favor.
Yes.
So this means that usually white cannot lose time just to capture a pawn, and that's we showed it because of bishop a2
and the checkmate.
So and checkmate. So black should improve his dynamics without worrying about pawns.
Yeah, maybe bring in the rooks, and also I don't know how like white can, I don't know, have a counterattack maybe to the king, because it's, I don't know, not enough pieces there.
Not enough pieces, no weaknesses in black's camp.
Yeah.
So, and white position is very cramped because e4 pawn cannot be taken, and it's like a nail into white position. Yeah,
yes.
Strong point.
Yeah, I like a lot black position.
Yeah. But queen e7, I think, throws advantage away, or...
And now white has the advantage.
Wow, it's the opposite. Yeah. Just turnaround of events.
I think now it makes sense to take the bishop, because the bishop, and she did.
She did?
Yes, they exchange. Queen d4, knight d3.
Maybe queen d4 is not so precise.
Yeah, having this square for the knight is nice, but now Tenjin is saying to go with the knight.
Knight d5.
Knight d5, and is threatening knight c7.
Yeah.
Or exchanging the knight. Yeah.
Yeah, this was maybe the best option for white, but okay.
Yeah, and also Alexandra is higher rated than Carlo Molinari, so you have to consider those things too, like maybe
Yeah.
try to exchange. But maybe he
Right.
wanted to play for the win. The thing is, like, he already exchanged the bishop and is
Yeah. So queen d4,
knight
knight d3,
and
rook f1 because f2 was under attack, f5 defending e4, g4.
g4. Now he wants
G4,
to
I
be
think it's
aggressive.
too aggressive, maybe g4.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, as usually happens when we have this exchange of blows between black and white, so we had winning position for black, or almost winning, a big advantage. Then
Yeah.
black blundered by being too passive with queen e7. Then white had big advantage. And then it's like the two players are playing in their respective hands. They are almost favoring each other without, of course, wanting to do this. And then one of the either black or white loses his composure and wants to force things.
Yeah.
This is a position in which you must not force things. You have to be patient and just slowly improve position. But g4, I think it's maybe too much in this position.
Yes. The knight is in d3. It looks a very nice knight. Maybe he wants like to somehow counterattack on the castle. Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. This is the actual position.
This is the actual position.
Yeah.
And the engine suggestion, I think.
The engine is giving advantage to
black.
To black.
Yeah.
1.5, 1.4.
Rook a8.
Yes, rook a8.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, rook a8, yes, keeps the advantage.
Yes, yeah, I think it's okay. Now, wait, what? It's because white can reply.
First intermediate. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So what he has to play here?
Is taking just.
Just taking. Yeah. Just taking.
And now maybe we calculate to take this one. Queen takes, and takes. And he says, what has advantage here? What do you think?
I would say black is still better.
Yeah. Maybe because of this pawn?
The f2 pawn is still, it's a backward pawn, cannot be pushed.
Yeah.
And just black will play, I think, knight e5.
Knight e5.
Guarding d7 square and also f3 square.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Not clear what white can do. Maybe.
I don't know. I don't want to leave this one. Maybe no. I'm trying to think. It says knight c5.
Knight c5, attacking b7.
Yeah. And now rook.
Rook f7, yeah. This is typical position where white has only a threat in one.
Yeah.
But cannot organize a good plan because his pieces are somehow passive and cannot be coordinated. While black pieces can coordinate, can be
very easily.
Very easily, yeah. Can be coordinated very easily.
Okay, maybe this will be a win for Alexandra, and after this game, if she wins, she's almost champion.
Yeah.
Is this all?
Minimum it will be first ex aequo.
Maybe tomorrow a draw is enough to be a champion. Yeah.
Of course, maybe she's feeling the pressure. G4 is a move that shows that maybe she has some pressure because she wants to solve the problem of this game very quickly. Maybe would have been better to have more patience, but let's see, because also black can go wrong. So what he played actually after g4?
I'm trying to find it. No.
After g4, I played rook e8.
Okay.
Rook e8.
Oh wow! No, I think the BGN is wrong because I'm seeing in the cameras we see rook.
Rook e8.
Yes, but here it says rook e8. Oh, maybe this is the study. Ah, here it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Rook
Okay.
e8.
Rook e8.
So black didn't realize that f2 will be a weakness, and it's more important to have the f file half open for his rooks rather than keeping the tension. So
Yeah. Well, white here suggests to take the pawn on f.
yeah, white has to take, otherwise black will have the same possibility like before.
And passing the pawn doesn't do anything.
G5?
Yes, g5.
No,
Just don't to have this one, but I don't think it's.
No, I don't think G5.
Yeah.
She will have to take.
It takes, and f3.
F3, trying to.
Yeah.
F3.
Yeah, I cannot take because the knight is hanging.
Yeah.
I think f3 is liberating move. Just don't to
Yeah.
have this.
The only way to get rid of the f2 weakness.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can go back to first boards in tournament, the main tournament.
Yes. You want to go to.
Let's see board number 1.
Okay.
How it's going on.
Jair Parkov against. How you pronounce that?
Shevchenko. Kirill Shevchenko, Ukrainian player, now playing for Romania.
Yes. Okay. Do you want me to go back?
No, it's okay. Rook a1.
Okay.
6 a4, c5.
Oh.
e6, yeah. Just thematic in this position.
Yeah.
e7, knight f4, bishop e5, and now rook e1.
Yeah.
f6.
It says white has advantage here.
f6 is now his actual position.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the live board.
Yeah, white enjoys an advantage here, yeah.
Because the king is in the center,
yeah.
There is some things going on here. Yeah. Now we take the pawn with the knight here and rook d8.
Yeah, black cannot play castle, by the way.
Okay. Oh, why not?
Because if black castle, there is maybe knight f6 and the queen is hanging. Discovered attack.
So goodbye, queen.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, very nice.
So rook d8,
Defending
which tries to enable castling.
Yeah. And now here is white's turn.
White's turn, but I think it's
no.
a big advantage for white.
No, this is the analysis. Okay. Yeah, it's a big advantage for white. That's true. 2 points.
2 points, yeah. It's clearly a big advantage for white.
It's giving the queen h5 here.
Queen h5 check.
Yes, queen h5 check. And then
you cannot play g6 because there is knight f6, maybe.
In a fork, yes. Yes, because the bishop is pinned, cannot take the knight. So
king f8.
Yeah.
Only move.
King f8, and now is bringing more pieces to the party here.
Rook a d1. Yeah.
Yes. So uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's like black has the king, a very weak king, and he's playing with 1 rook less because rook h8 is doing nothing. Okay, it's defending pawn h7, but there's no active role. So white squares in front of black king are very weak, and black doesn't have the white square bishop. So black square bishop seems very nice because it's centralized,
Yeah.
but it's nothing to do. And moreover, it cannot move because otherwise rook is not rook e7 now, but e7 square will be very weak. So
All the
yeah,
file, yes.
all the file is in white under white control. So Grandmaster Parkov is playing a fantastic tournament.
Yes,
I
it's
think he
incredible.
deserves to win. Until today, he played fantastic chess, and
After this game, he deserves the first place.
yeah. If he
Maybe.
wins today, then
Yeah.
he has a big chance to win alone the tournament, even with a draw tomorrow with black. But for the kind of chess he showed in this week in Sardinia, I think that he deserves to win the tournament.
Yeah, I think when he started the tournament, he was an international master, if I'm not wrong. And in
I
the
don't know.
middle of the tournament, because the new list, the FIDE list, now he's a grandmaster. I noticed that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know, but anyway, he showed that he's worth of the title for
Yeah,
sure.
yes, he's yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here with rook d1 what is the threat? Just to go here?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, like if we play whatever here, just this is knight f4 says.
Also knight f4, because then he has also knight g6.
Yeah, knight g6, the queen is attacked. Yeah. Okay, very nice. I just wanted to see.
Yeah, there are so many threats, and I don't know how Shevchenko will be able to defend this position.
Yeah. Well, he has 23 minutes. He has time, but it's very difficult position. I don't know.
Yeah, very difficult position. Yeah. Let's see Lorenzo Lodici. How is Jordan van Forest? We didn't watch Jordan on board 3.
Yes. With Gurel, he's a young player from Turkey. Yes. He's international master, right?
No,
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan trying his luck in Sardinian Sea this morning. Jordan was on the beach this morning, just
yeah, it's because today is very nice day.
Yeah, very nice day in Sardinia. Sea was a little bit cold, was very nice.
Yeah, yesterday was raining, but today wonderful. Yeah. Like,
okay.
You want to go back a little bit?
What to see? No, none. I mean, it's quite.
30 moves. Yeah,
30 moves, but the position is pretty much equal, and yes, there's a little bit more space for white, but nothing special going on.
Yeah, nothing special.
Yeah.
He says it's equal.
Totally equal. Yes. Maybe a little bit easier for white to play, but I think Gurel's position is very solid, and yes, it's maybe we'll see it later. Let's see Lorenzo Lodici against
what board is?
Volodar Murzin is board number 5.
Okay. Here it is. We were here, right?
We were before.
Okay, I think we were here.
We were here, yes. So knight c3.
Yes.
As you mentioned. So instead of knight h5, Murzin went knight e8.
Yeah.
Knight e8. And now Lorenzo played knight d5.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
And
take.
And take.
Take with c.
And
then g6.
To play f5? I'm not sure about that. Why?
Knight g7 and then f5. Maybe.
Okay, yeah. Okay, So here we are.
Here we are, yeah. Also because without g6, in the future there could be some X-ray on h7, and white maybe in the future could have also the idea to play f4, and then black cannot take because of e5. Yeah.
Yes.
So g6 is just prophylaxis.
Yeah.
Murzin is a typical old school Russian player in Karpovian style. So it's a mix between Karpov and Petrosyan. So he tries to avoid opponents' threats. And so prophylaxis is his strong point.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Also, you mentioned he's very good playing blitz.
In blitz, yeah. In blitz and rapid, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one, I will mention the engine says white has advantage. Maybe it's because the space.
Yeah, because of the space and because also the number of squares that white pieces control, directly or indirectly. Many engines, especially weaker engines, they consider not so much dynamics, but consider also the number of squares controlled. So in this position, white controls more squares, given the fact that black knight is on e8 and white bishop is on a5 on the edge of the board. So nominally, of course, white is a little bit better, but
there is game. I don't know. They can still play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I think maybe we go to a break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And we are going to a small break, and we will be back soon. Welcome back to the 8th round of the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Yes, and I'm back. Yeah, okay. I see something funny. See something funny. Now, my name's Alexandra.
And
Okay.
I'm Luca.
Yeah, welcome, Luca. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back, and I think we are back for kind of the most interesting part.
Yes.
So this part where it's 50 minutes left to the time control. So already we see some games in this kind of time trouble mode, and so on and so on. And right before we went back live, I was checking how Alexandra Botes was doing. Yeah. So move 24. Her opponent's very short on time, I have to say. 6 minutes. The position is not so hard, but still, like 6 minutes, it's not too much. And as far as I understand, you guys discussed in a previous part that after g4, black could take on g4.
Yeah, I mean, like, he had some opportunities because he was the bishop on e6. Mm-hmm. And then when Alexander attacked the bishop, he could just move the bishop on c4, but keep it the bishop. And I feel like he has some advantage because they attack.
Right. And then Alexandra had the chance after queen e7. As it turns out, computer says like she could go queen d6 and exchange the queens because the knight's hanging. Yes, so you will have to exchange the queens, and then probably the endgame is better. Anyway, so what we have now is that in this position, she went for this exchange combination to take on e4, and then the knight on d3 would be hanging, and black captured on b2. So this is very likely a draw, because the rook is hanging, and so is the knight. I think you have to take here, rook e4, and well, it has to be equal, but I think it's white who has to be a little bit careful. Anyway, we are in the endgame, so not much will happen.
And rook endgames.
Yeah, rook endgames usually have this tendency of being drawish. And wait, and she didn't take on b2.
Oh,
she went knight d6, but then wait a second, knight d1. The problem is that you cannot take back on d1 because then rook d8 pins the knight.
I hope I don't think she will take.
No. I think, okay, so knight takes, she will take on f5, I'm guessing. She'll take on f5. Now, what's funny, if black takes, she has the same trick, going rook e1 and pinning the knight and winning it.
Yeah.
But if black goes knight c3, check, king, say b2 or c2, I'm not sure if... you're right. If this king b3...
Yeah, and also he cannot go to c8 to try to thread that discovery.
That's nice. Knight e7, bravo.
Yeah.
Bravo, so after king c2, knight e4, knight d5. Okay, position is something like that. Wait. Knight d5, there is also g6 threat. It's a little bit tricky, I have to say. It's a little bit tricky. Okay, she takes f5. That's okay. It's okay, and then we'll see what Carlo is going to play.
He has 6 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Well, part of Alexandra's decision to keep the knight is connected with her opponent have not so much time, and let's see what he's planning to do. He can go g6 also. And this is what it feels like. This is what he's planning to do. He's reaching for some. No, he was reaching for the knight. Yeah, knight c3. So the best move. Knight c3. Now, Alexandra will have to figure out what to do. Andrea's position is like crazy complicated. It's interesting to see that here we have the endgame, and then right next to Alexandra, her sister with black has this crazy position with a lot of pieces.
Yes, Andrea brought the rook, and back She had to play f5, but at the end she lost some
Ah, yeah,
tempos
yeah, yeah.
with
Ah, and
bishop
rook b8,
d7. Yeah,
No, but still, kind of her position is. Wait a second, could she? Ah, this is something that she didn't do. Well, she probably thought this is not a great idea to take because the rook is getting trapped. However, like King's Indian players know this, that like sacrificing an exchange like that and just take with the e-pawn, and so you sacrifice an exchange for the pawn, but you have very strong the pawn on d4 and then potentially the square on e5. So that was, according to machine, it was very strong. So that maybe can be seen as the missed chance, but still black's position is somewhat better. I think she's outplaying her opponent slowly. c6, yeah, c6 is a good move as well. Also some pressure on the clock.
yeah. And he took.
Takes on e. Well, wait a second. I'm somewhat behind. So c6 was played, f4 was played, and black takes on d5. White takes on e5. That's such a mess. Now knight e4 is practically winning. I don't know what's going on. Knight e4. Just take knight e4.
This is the actual. This is
Yeah,
great.
this is the actual position. Yeah, knight e4, and it's not clear what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. And she does. Yeah, she does take on e4.
Okay, Andrea has.
Plus
of
3,
Oh.
plus 4 according to computer.
wow.
I don't know why, to be honest. Okay, I mean, she has a lot of pawns here, kind of, what's that? Extra pawn, I think, and also her pieces are much more active, but I'm trying to understand what's, let's say, what's wrong with white position if something like this happens. Oh, you just take with the queen. And this is also hanging, and rook b8. Okay, got it. And black is 2 pawns up. Somehow I thought it's only one. It's 2 pawns up already. You can play f5, protect e4. Yeah, Andrea is winning.
Yeah.
Andrea has winning position. Okay, let's not jinx it. Let's not rush, but she has a winning position. Yeah.
Maybe we check the sack. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sack.
let's check. Sak, it's an equal position, it seems. He has an equal position. So somewhere here, he, remember, brought the knight to b8 to kick this bishop from a5, and then they've gotten this. White played, okay, maybe here white had better chances for advantage, just to keep the game with rook d1 maybe. And he went for knight c5, and then something like this happened. Queen d4, knight takes bishop d6, and they simplified later on. Okay, this is a current position, so
Yeah.
everything equal. Probably needs to make some luft for the king, like g6, maybe g5 even. Like g5 is the move with the tempo because g4 is threatening. Maybe h pawn can be moved. It should be a draw normally. Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what happens on the top board, because
The first board.
yeah, the first board, because Parhov is better again. So he's playing kind of tournament of his life.
Yeah.
I think quite possibly this is what was missed, e6. Probably Shevchenko missed this move. And after that, white was always somewhat better. Okay, this is the position we have now. Rook a1, queen c6, and computer likes white. So black's problem is that this rook cannot come to the game because h7 is always hanging. So just, I don't know, some move. Computer suggests rook d3. Maybe knight e4 is also interesting. Just has to hold the position. Maybe there is no straight solution to win, like not like he's going and winning, but just holds the position, and white is better. Also, he's better on time. Move 26, Shevchenko down to 9 minutes only. Yeah, very impressive play by Yair Parhov.
Rook d3 to try to double the rooks.
Yeah, like to double the rooks, maybe to defend this thing also, because let's say now if black, okay, let's see, if black tries to take, what happens? This is maybe not so easy to find. Rook d8. And the idea is, it's also very convenient that the queen controls c1, because otherwise rook c1 would be the thing. Now if you take, it's queen h7, everything with a check. Queen h7, queen e7, queen d8, king g7, and another check, king h6. And yeah, there is no checkmate, probably. But the easiest way for white to win is to go h4. So you take the square, you are not checkmated. After this check, you have king h2, and this king will, this king will get checkmated very soon. Very soon will get checkmated. Yeah. So rook d3, probably, yeah, you are planning to double, and then maybe to do the same, to go rook d8, to exchange this rook and win this pawn. And black doesn't have much to do.
Okay, he played.
Wait. He played something very strange. He played queen back to e3. It's a very strange move, and I can tell you why. Because now black gets the chance to play rook e8.
Yeah, before the pawn was.
Yeah, so the pawn is not hanging yet. He should be very happy, like to bring this rook into game. Rook e8 threatens bishop h2. So if white goes, if white goes f4, I believe there is some, simply, there is no tactic, simply bishop c3, exchange everything.
Yeah.
And white has one idea, which is queen h3, attacking this and threatening rook d7, but then h5 is what computer says is good enough. And after this check, king, okay, maybe this is not easy. Check, king f8, allowing the 7th rank, and still good for black. Why to f8 to have this rook defended? So now let's say black is threatening this, but also this maybe, and the rook is defended. Again, some computer stuff. But I think rook e8 is not impossible to find, simply because this rook was stuck on h8 for a long time, and he's constantly looking for the way to bring the rook into play. Okay, if I do something else, if let's say I don't see that rook e8 is a good move, rook f8, not great, because knight e4 is maybe a threat. Maybe knight e4 is a threat. So if I go king g7 for it, king g7 is also possible.
I think he would move the pawn.
He played rook c4.
Yes.
This is something very strange. Rook c4. We are back to white being better. However, not clear. Like knight b5. Now the move is knight b5 according to computer. Okay, what happens if I just go back? Just to see. If I go back, black takes. And now queen a4 is strong, because if this, there is rook e4. Okay, this is already hard. This is already hard to understand. Okay, because this other line with rook d3, blah blah blah, rook d8 was kind of a little bit straightforward. So now to play knight b5 for white is somehow confusing. Okay, can maybe try to check the other games. The game on board 3 is very quiet. Jordan Van Forest against Edis Gurel, almost like they play in the candidates.
Yeah.
Take one file, exchange everything on this E file. Also, much more time they have. White just played his move 40.
Yeah.
So
they will have.
There is no action. There is no, let's say, no time trouble.
Symmetrical.
Yeah, we don't care about this
structure.
one.
Yes.
We want something, something real. Pichot is slightly better against Sivuk, and also Sivuk has 3 minutes only, so this is something to check.
3 minutes for
3
10
minutes
moves.
for 10 moves. Yeah. I don't know what was happening. This was the one with the bishop on a5. Yeah. So b4, bishop b4. Black found some trick, the nice trick. h3. So the idea of this trick is that if you move the knight somewhere, let's say knight goes to a6, black has, I mean, you can do this, then check, then takes, right? Exchange the queens, king f2, check takes. But even stronger is to play knight g4. You're hitting the rook, and also you're threatening checkmate, yeah, because the knight covers the square.
Yeah.
Anyway, the current position is such, last move being bishop b2 to a3. Now, this is one of the suggestions for from computer. And then if rook c5, black just trades, and this is much better. It's a beautiful position. You go knight e4, bishop goes, and you go f5. Then you're almost like a pawn up, because this will never go e4, right?
No.
Yeah.
And the knight is wonderful there.
Wow, and the knight
in
is
the
amazing.
center, no one bothers
Right,
him.
so he has to play, after b5 he will